Hey everybody, welcome to today's Sunday development stream. Yeah, let's get started. Hey Ironic, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we've made some progress, since the last stream, so let me share with you where we're at. There is now bodies added, and the bodies have different overlays so that they adjust to the different clothing, so you can basically pick to either have a neutral body, a feminine body, or a muscular body, depending on how you want your dude to look. So that's where we're at. You can press confirm. You see he's now got abs, so we made some progress there. And you'll have also noticed that it is previewing the people, like previewing the bodies, so that's pretty cool. Everything in here I think is pretty much how we're gonna have it. So you can see that the spacing on the shirts is a lot better. They're not overlapping that line anymore. Same with the hair. When I pick a bald hairstyle, colors are disabled. I can't click them, but if I change to another hairstyle, I can now change the color. I think for the most part things are where they're gonna the chips are lined up to fall now. So yeah, sweet. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm very excited. So it is looking like it's almost done. So the other thing I've added is that you put on your hat and you can see through his sideburns that he still has his hair on over the hat. You put on something like a helmet and all of a sudden the hair is gone. It's blocking the hair. So we now have helmets that'll totally block the hair. The problem, and if I unequip the helmet, the hair was supposed to come back. It used to. Okay, well that's similar to the bug where I'm at. The problem is the changing of between them. It doesn't seem to bring the hair back when it should right now. Stinky helmet stole the hair. Yeah, exactly. So the damn helmet is stealing the hair. So we got to figure out that. But that got added in a pretty interesting way. So now it's any model part, like any part that could get rendered onto a person, can now optionally say, when I'm equipped, like when I am on, hide these parts. So the idea is it should just toggle whether things are visible or not based on what if parts claim they should be hiding other stuff. So we could take that as far as making the pants hide pants that should block hide the legs, so we have less rendering. We can try to take it in various ways. Hi, get a ponytail in return. Honestly, it would be nice to have a ponytail behind the head, but I don't know. I think we're gonna leave it leave it as it just gets rid of it when you have a helmet on. But yeah, we'll see. I think it's overall pretty good. I'm pretty happy with this though. So it's like you can now decide that you want to have feminine body, longer red hair, instead of a scar. Pick lipstick, and bam! Now all of a sudden they have a helmet on. So that was funny. But now we have the ability to have different body types and genders and stuff. So I'm happy with that. So I still have to make the clothing move over. Yeah, I still have to make the clothing move over when you press confirm. That part's a little tedious, but it's okay. We're almost there. Oh, I hear my coffee maker complaining. Yeah. Overall, there's still some stuff, like this hair kind of cuts down on the bottom, and I'm not sure whether to just shrink the heads or just accept that some hair is gonna get cut off, or is it gonna go out of bounds. Also, this confirm button. I'm trying to think of the best way to do it, because I just don't really want it, I'm debating whether it should just be straight up under, like as if it's like a button attached to the bottom here. Anyway, I was in the middle of making a coffee, so let's finish that. Oh yeah. Get some honey. Nice. We're set now. Get that coffee going. In my geeky Dragon Ball Z cup. My friend got me for Christmas last year. Oh yeah. Alright, so yeah, let's take a dive here and try to figure out, like right now, I just equipped the hair, right? And as you can see, the red, you know, like I don't know, it's weird. There's some weird behavior between when there's hair, when there isn't. Did I just double equip help? Oh my god, that's terrible. What? So, as you can see, there's a little bit of muckery going on here that no one knows why. I like how much you want that coffee. Honestly, I woke up pretty early and I really want another coffee. Sundays are my early day. And today I felt a little more sleep deprived than I should on a Sunday. I kind of like the look of the hat over top of it. So it just didn't delete it. I miss my ice caps. Oh, ice caps are the way to go. I love ice caps too. Alright, so, oops. Let's bring up the code here and try to take a dive in here. So, part of my issue was I actually had this working every time perfectly at a certain point. Like it was just perfect. When it updated, when it didn't. The problem was that this method here, update visibility, is kind of like a force reload. So every time you made any change to the person, it was doing a bit of work, and it probably isn't a lot of work, but I thought it'd be more efficient if I didn't do it every time and I tried to be strategic. And now that I'm trying to be strategic, there's gaps in my strategy. So I'm debating if this is just simple enough work, because it's really short, that I should just turn it back. Probably will. Yeah, we're going to do that just so that we can, at the very least, then we know it's always up to date. And if that's, I don't know, premature optimization is terrible. And I do that sometimes when I shouldn't. So let's not do that. Let's trust the profiler to tell us when to optimize and not just do it right away. So every time we add, plus it'll be more efficient if we're doing it every time too, because it'll mostly be in the same state. It's just a lot of little checks. So let's do this. Just undoing what I did right before the stream. Just totally undoing it. So now every time you add a part or remove a part, it'll try to recalculate what should and shouldn't be visible. So at the very least, we know it'll always be accurate. So let's see. So we put on hat, that's fine. Put on helmet, it goes away. Go back to hat, it comes back. Take off hat. Yeah, honestly, that is fine. And now I get what you mean, Bool, about the ponytail. You're talking about this thing. Okay, I like that. I get it now. Alright, let's see how this looks. I don't know why my zoom goes through this dialogue when the others, I believe, try to block. So, need to figure out why there. But let's just grab some more helmets and make sure they look right. Item set 1 or 2. Oops, item set 1. Here we go. So this helmet blocks, this blocks, this blocks, but hats don't. Perfect. Open UI. I want to go back to the crazy dock kind of look. I like that. Yeah, let's go that. Okay, so I think we're good. Let me just check this off because that is hiding. We'll keep it as that. Cool. Let's say we fixed it. Perfect. Ooh, yeah. So that time the hat is, yeah. Okay, so I see. So hats need to be above hair even when we show both. So that is a little bit of a tweak we need to do here. And I believe that is in the adventure definitions reload appearance method. I think I'm saying update the head worn and then decide if we should be doing hair or not. And I should be doing the head worn after we do the hair. So that should be it. And then we can go on to the, yeah, I guess the giving you items when you press confirm. So let's go to the server code here. Let's go to step change appearance. And this is where I was previously trying to say, here's an item, equip it. But I don't think I'm doing this right. So let's just learn how the rest of the code uses this. Previously, we just read from this. Okay, here we go. So when you add an adventurer, you do give it, yeah, that is how I give it a shirt and pants at the start. Okay. So that should be fine. You take your adventurer, you call equip. Okay. I wonder if I'm closer than I think. All right, we're going to do a test here. I'm going to take off the shirt and then try to change it and see if it'll equip me one. I'm wondering if the problem is that you already have one equipped, so it's just not letting you double do it. Screen went black again. WebGL lost context. And once this stupid update's done, we really need to fix the map because that is what is causing this little hiccup. And it's annoying. Howdy, Francisco. Welcome to the stream today. Okay, so, oh yeah, so one thing I added, for you, so you are aware, Francisco, is I added the bodies. And on top of adding the bodies, I briefly talked to you about it in the past, but this overlay to try to show shading differences between the body. So the middle is neutral, no muscles, no feminine curves. On the female side, we have the curves, and if you look, I think you can see it better in GIMP here. But on top of just adding, breasts, I added these, you can't see it, but there's some very light, like it was black, but like 90% transparency shading that just kind of makes it look like the clothing is being grabbed, right? It's just kind of adding a little bit of shadows to give the illusion that there's a little bit more curve in the sprite without changing it. And then the guys added pecs and abs for a muscular version. Yeah, cool. And obviously if you want to touch up those two, you're welcome to, but I think that's a good solution. And now we have 3 types of bodies you can pick from, so that's cool. Yeah. Oh yeah, so my test. We are going to see if this does actually equip a shirt. It did. The division lines make it so much better. Which lines? Oh, you mean in the UI. Yeah, so that's some other things. There was a line before, but they were like the stuff was overlapping it. So I added a bit more control so that I can give it enough spacing so that the line is there. This head is still so, like, this hair is so wide that all of a sudden it looks weird, but we'll ignore that. But yeah, there is the division line. I think it's pretty slick. So I noticed a weird little bug, and now I'm trying to figure out what it was. So I have a shirt equipped, right? Yeah, so I have a shirt equipped. I unequip nips show through your armor. Oh yeah. So this is your abs, you know, you got such strong abs that it shows through. Yeah, we went from no nipples to like you can just see it when no matter what you're wearing. Honestly, like everyone loved it so much. Even through billowing robes. Alright, that's true. Some clothing could probably just not have any definition on it because it's so baggy. I didn't think about that. It's really cold in Eloria. I appreciate your full commit to the nip. Oh God, you guys. Okay. Yeah, so I noticed there's a weird little bug here, right? So it is that right now I have no clothing. Like, I'm just going to get rid of this shirt just so that people don't even think. It was a coincidence that it used the default shirts. So I go to the dialogue. Oh, actually, I guess. Oh, there's no way to cancel it, so I have to press confirm. Okay. I didn't make a change, so I guess it was okay. But yeah, so it's like you unequip your clothing. You open UI. You make a selection. You press confirm. I unequipped the clothing and the clothing came back. It's like my equip just doesn't work right. I guess I'm trying to figure out because I just added this like line of code that literally just says equip. But so I think I have to start by unequipping whatever's there. Yeah. Want me to send over the face parts? Also, what's the naming scheme for the face bits? Yes, I would like that. That'd be wonderful. And the face bits follow human face ID. And they are the same size, like it's anchored as if it is a human head. I sent you the exact pieces the other week, like the numbers, but I think it was a human head with one extra padding on the sides. No, never mind. It's exactly the size of the human head. I'm getting eyes and face mixed up. Yeah, so you take a human head and they should just be the exact same file size. So like that's what the beard looks like. And the head would fit perfectly behind it. So yeah, human, capital F face, and then the ID. Yeah. Thanks for prepping those to send my way. Yeah, okay, so I think what we're gonna try to do here first is to unequip. I think what I'm getting confused about is that I'm basing this off of how I equipped the default clothing onto the first guy when you first make him. But that's somebody who has nothing. There's probably some extra stuff I need to do when it's equipping onto somebody. Like I'm sure in the actions, we don't just say equip this. We say unequip this and then equip this. So let's see if equipment just has an unequip I need to call first. Unequip slot ID adventure definition. I see. Then equip, same thing, except, okay. So I say this enacting entity, equipment, unequip 3, this enacting entity. And I do it to 4 there. Oh yeah. See, maybe this will work better. Yeah, this makes more sense. So like unequip will, yeah, like give you the item and then we overwrite whatever is there. How tall is it? Let me just open a regular head and the beard. So both of them, the regular head and the beard, are both 19 pixels wide, 21 pixels tall. So it like fits like that, I guess. Except, oh yeah, except it goes like 1 pixel down. I remember now, yeah. Or 2. They're not, it was 2, yeah. So it's the exact same height, except it's 10% lower than the head. Right. We can confirm that by looking at the lipstick one, because the lipstick one should overlap with the mouth. So it's at position, or it starts at 814, and 814 is here. Yeah, so it's 2 pixels below, or 2 pixels above. All right. Let's test this out. So open UI. Uh-oh. It's naked and we don't want that. So I need to make it give him a default outfit, I suppose, if you're, yeah, because right now this editor doesn't know about all shirts. It specifically knows about colored, like the default, the shirts that would just be called shirt, like the default colored ones that you'd get in the shop. So if you're not wearing one of those, it probably needs to just default you to something. Anyway, so we press confirm. There we go. So it unequipped our stuff. Except why is it getting confused? I think I need to read the steps to understand this a bit more. So we'll say, when we call step equip, underscore equip. There we go. Give equipment item. Step give equipment item. Passing in item state. Let's see how I called out equip again that first time. I'm just confused why it even works the very first time then. Like, is this somehow different? Do we give him these? Oh, there we go, the lines above. So we give him the items and then we equip the item. So that is probably what we're missing here. So I have to unequip the old one. I have to give you the new one. So So enacting inventory, add item, shirt item ID, just one of them, and then equip. So pants item ID here. Let's try it one more time. Whew, I hope this goes smooth. Lost WebGL context. Yeah, my fear is that once this is done, I'm gonna have to spend a few days profiling and cleaning up issues. Because, really? Oh yeah, I took off the clothes, right? So let's try again. So we equip. It's not gonna recognize this, so he's gonna be naked here. We're gonna pick some clothes for him. Gonna press confirm. So it unequipped. And it equipped copper axes. Oh, that's hilarious. So I guess I got these in the wrong order. It's not shirt item 1, it's one shirt item because 1 is copper axe. That stylish copper axe robe. Oh yeah. Okay, one more time. Open UI. Give him some clothes. Confirm. Ugh. Copper access still. I didn't restart the server. Okay. Shirt item ID. Let me just double check this. So inventory has a add item. Oop. Inventory is an item storage. Okay. Adventure def has a dot inventory. Where is it? Here we go. Inventory is a item storage. Okay, it is. Item storage has a add item. ID, amount, state, bags. So it is ID then amount. Okay, I see. Gotta go back. I think this isn't shirt item ID being passed along. I think what's happening is shirt style is being passed along. Like we picked style. I mean, let's put a breakpoint here and just take a look. But I think that's part of it, is it's basically saying, oh, you picked the style 3 or style 1, and it's trying to add that item. We'll see. All right. Okay, so we open the interface, we grab the stuff, we confirm, server gets pinged here. Yeah, so shirt item is 1 and pants is 1, but it's grabbing purple, which okay, all right, guys, we got this. I just remembered some code where I had an issue where it wasn't sending the right thing over the network, and I just needed to get by it because we weren't doing shirts yet. So I was straight up just saying pass ID 1. So that is totally where we are. Here we go. Shirt sets it to 1, pants sets it to 1. Info param. So let's just confirm that these look right. Hopefully we're set. It was logical. I just had test code I should have got rid of. Oh, need to run the server so the client has something to connect to. Oh, server crashed. What's up? What's up, server? Oh, this isn't the server. Oh my god. So that was the client that I was trying to run as the server. And so let's start the server instead. Yeah, they both have the same green button, but the green button is only set up for one of the two projects. The other we have to start from command line. Silly mistake. All right, Francisco sent me the new faces, so that's pretty cool. We'll load those in a bit. I think that worked. Booyah. Okay, let's try this again. Open UI. So you pick this orange shirt. Yeah, you're going for an orange jumpsuit here, but not the bolo tie. You want the... Yeah. And then we confirm. Come on, I swear it worked the first time. Okay. It said is not a number. Shirt undefined. So something about this jumpsuit is not a valid shirt. That's not right. So we pass in our shirt style ID. And if that isn't null, sender shirt style ID, otherwise 1. Shirt color ID isn't null, shirt color ID, otherwise 1. Yeah, so if pants isn't null, sender pants ID, otherwise 1. See if that's a little better. Restart the server. Okay. I can feel it. I feel like today is the day we're going to be able to put this feature to rest. So purple, bam, confirm. We got it. Okay, so we got the shirt we picked. Let's try it again now. So let's pick a different shirt. Bam. Okay. So it was the orange jumpsuit or some variation of it I had issues with. So let's just try. It's one of these ones. Looks good to me. So it's unequipping and giving me the old one. That's totally fine. Let's just see. Item 5.5. Does it appear on the floor if my inventory is full? It's interesting. So, no, it doesn't appear on the floor. It doesn't even change the guy. But if we open the shop, it thinks this is what you're wearing. So let's see, if we restart it, which one does it think we're wearing? Hopefully it's the orange jumpsuit, because I would I'd understand. Yeah, okay. So I think that just means that our interface is holding the state once we like get rid of it. It's not really reloading it from nothing when you open it again. Which begs the question, what happens if you have two different adventurers? Item 0. Oh, don't have room. Item 0, get a bunch. Okay, so here we open UI. Bam, it's the wrong guy. So it remembers the old guy's data. Okay. I mean, it knows it's talking to this guy, though. Like, if I change it to green, crop top, and I press confirm, this guy just makes him look like the old guy. So, whatever. Like, that's not okay. We're going to have to fix that, but I've seen worse bugs. Actually, this is pretty cool. Like, the fact that this guy can even exist, I really like. Also, the people don't really have red eyes, but I remember I was playing around with a guy who had red eyes. Let me just get him up here. And it made me think about the Ishbalan people in Full Metal Alchemist. Just the red eyes, and I was like, that's cool that I can make an Ishbalan. That's a level of customization I didn't expect. Confirm. Confirm. Confirm should do something. So I press it, and then we get a print line. Let's take a look. Oh, the server is unhappy. No valid parameter found for shirt expected number. So it passed undefined again, right? Yep. That's weird. So that means that when we call this get shirt thing, I should probably add a check here saying, oop, result is that if result equals null. Let's figure out which one is bugging out here, because something's wrong. Colored shirt IDs by shirt and color. Yeah, okay. Because there's some shirts that just seem to not be passing our check. We're basically asking the function, hey, we have shirt style 3, shirt color 5. What shirt are we talking about? And it's replying, I don't know. And then we're trying to use I don't know. So we got to figure out why. So he's full. I'll switch over to this guy now. see if we can recreate that. I think that was it, right? No, it'd be referring to line 5,307. So I don't see that coming up. There we go. So shirt style 1, color 5, it wasn't able to find. So let's see. Style 1, color 5 should give us ID 1005, but 1005 doesn't exist. Oh, I think I get it. I think I get it. So I think it's that if we go look at the sprites we have, it's trying to use shirt style 1. But maybe that doesn't even exist as an item. So when Francisco was redoing the graphics, we came into this weird scenario where he gave me 9 too many shirts, but we were missing 9. So I was like of an earlier one. So I was like, oh, it probably just fits there. And I'm wondering now if that's that kind of issue has come back, where it's like shirt style 1 just isn't a thing. Like I'm letting you pick from it, but maybe it's not shirt style 1. I guess the one easy way to fix it, or to check at least. So I can't get out of this screen until I pick a valid one, right? Yeah. So if I go talk to the clothing store guy, yeah, he does not sell that same shirt style with the button on the left breast. So he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's a shirt style that that does not exist in our shops, that we don't have items for, but we now have a design for. Okay. It's not a big deal, but I mean, the easiest thing I can do to just ignore it for now is to just get rid of it from our list of shirt styles. Yeah, right. That is the easiest. So I just go to our appearance. We look at the shirt styles you can pick from, and we just say, hey, there is no shirt style 1. There's a shirt 0, and there's a 2, and we do have 8. Yeah, that'll fix it. Cool. Yep, so now we just reduce the shirt choices by 1. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which matches our 0, 2, 3. Yeah, we saw we had an 8 by 8 in the shop. Okay, so that is right. Nice. I mean, I'm pretty happy with that. I guess one thing we can now do is on the server, when we first where is it? When we first say .equip, there we go. So this is the default shirt and pants. I think that's okay. but now we need to make it so here pops up this interface. So let me just see, show dialogue. Right, so we take our enacting entity, we say interfaces, enable these. Yes, okay. So when we show this appearance, what's it called? It's show step appearance, open appearance. Shop ID. There we go. So that's what I'm looking for. So shop is 27. Our appearance shop ID is, I think 1 is right now our full customization. Then we say enable. So this is the server telling the client on startup, we set your guy up, he's all defaulted, now load up the interface. So let's test this out. If I make a new account, does it cannot read property appearance state of undefined? Oh, because it's not this enacting entity, it's this adventurer. Let's try again. Oh, there's the error. That guy wasn't set up properly, it looks like. Did that hurt the server? Alright, so we've reloaded the server, we have reloaded the client. Let's test this out. Hi, dang, I fell asleep and now I'm late. Welcome, Coriander. It's all good, don't worry about it. It's good to take naps. Okay, so I don't want to open UI. Let's see. I thought that would work, but let's just see if it's that it'll work on buying a new guy. No. Oh, here we go. Cannot read interfaces of undefined. Did the server have an issue? Nope, the server looks confident. So the server told the client, open your interface. Client freaks out because I guess it's because the NPC isn't even instantiated yet. Would be my guess. Adventures length -1. Yeah, we'll leave this. I think that's fine. So let's just see how the client does it. So the client gets a message. Yeah, so it's reading the packet, has to decode the message. It's reading the message. It says to do an go to interfaces. Okay, so here we go. So let's go back to the client, go to File, Interface Handler, line 35, I believe. Yep. So here it tries to get our adventurer. It's not finding the adventurer because we're just making him. And then it is calling .interface on null. That's interesting. I'm just confused why these ones aren't running into the same issue, because we're doing the same thing up here. So something about the ordering of the packets coming in makes this happen first, even though it should be the fifth message. Maybe just don't do it there yet. Maybe we see where add adventurer gets called. So you hire another adventurer. So this is one case. And then this is the first time you make an account case. All right, let's see. So in the hire a new person case, let's try it here. So after spawn, after we spawn, now we'll try to do it and see if it successfully is able to open the interface. So this will not cover making a new adventurer from like a brand new account, but hopefully it covers, you know, just making a new one in general. We might even have to set the map to, because right now when you hire a new adventurer, a new tab appears, but it doesn't like autofocus that tab. We might want it to autofocus so that you go straight to here's your thing you're editing. Okay, so let's try it. Open UI, or not open UI. I need to spawn a bunch of gold. Buy a new adventurer. Excuse me. So I can't walk or move, so I got some error somewhere. Cannot read interfaces of undefined. So I'm getting the same kind of issue. So am I really doing this way too early? Yeah, let's try the other case. Let's try the fresh account case. Add adventurer. Set entity at slot. Does this return the adventurer? Yep. Where's generate? Here we go. So let adventure equal that. So if this doesn't work, that tells me that I really need to delay opening the interface, because at this point the fact that an adventurer exists is only like just newed on the server, and all of these things are messages that get kind of bundled up together and sent to the client that happen along the way with instantiation. So this is definitely a race condition thing, and it doesn't really have to happen frame 1. Oops, I was testing the new account case. First argument contained undefined in property bleh. First argument contained undefined. Interesting. So we have a thing called a behavior loop. And it's basically code we write to execute post-construction on an NPC. And I wonder if it's in an NPC or if it's in everybody. In NPC def, builder. Nope, looks like it is just an NPC thing to make like chickens spawn eggs and unique logic to have like a hook in. What's the like elegant solution that matches our patterns? I mean, I guess I can, one way I can try to look at it. This is the problem when you didn't write the core engine, is I'm now dealing with essentially the life cycle of the application and trying to know which step fires in what order. And Jaeger would know this inherently, but we are learning today. So I'm assuming a new adventure only gets made when the server tells us to add an adventure. From object, create entity from type. So really on the client, it would have to be after this step that we would do what we're trying to do. So when does this happen? When our map loads itself, we create all the people. That's fair. Or when the world handler says to spawn this entity. I could do that. So when the client gets a message from the server that there is a new entity in the world and to spawn it, at this point, so at this point we have made it, we have acknowledged that it is us, and we have told the game manager that this is our new current adventurer. So I think here's where we want it. So where is the thing about opening up an interface? Server message. So there is an interface handler. Okay. So where do we... So this is, we get a message from the interface handler to open a interface. We need this to happen after a new adventure is created. So I guess I could just pipe into this. Open shop, set interface entity, active interface. Okay, we'll see what we need from here, but I think this is what we want. So in world handler, params, load personalized data. How does this work? So the server says spawn entity. We have realized that it is us who has spawned. And I'll just put it here and see if it works. My fear is that this gets called more than I think it is. Like maybe every time you go up and down a ladder, this gets called because you it does happen because you despawn from one map and spawn in the other. So spawn can be called as something after the first time it is created or spawned. But this wouldn't be a bad place to hook in and do the check. Have you ever been customized? Have you ever been customized? If no, customize. Let customize is true if customize. So that customize will have to get replaced with some state data about whether it's the first time you've ever been, you know, whether you should do a customizing or not. This is important. We do need to do it this way because it's not just on the act of clicking a new one. When you guys first log in after this patch, you'll have never done this, and we're going to want to open up the menu to, you know, make you pick your person. Like do the customizing on your 3 adventures or whatever. So when you go to a new tab, it should have that interface open for you that first time. So yeah, this will be okay. So this is the entity we just spawned, which we know is an adventure at this point. Entity.id, here we go. If we are the current one, show. Yeah, so I think right now this will happen every time. What I'm curious about is if we have 2 people, will it let us do the 2 customizing? World handler had an error on line 65. Enable interfaces of undefined. Let's just see who we're dealing with right here. Projectile. Of course you don't have it. Doesn't make sense. So this is what? So client manager is passing a check here and saying my adventure ID is equivalent to who we're talking about. It looks to me like it's trying to open the customized dialogue from the perspective of some projectile rather than from your own adventure. But there shouldn't be a projectile that we own. So I don't even know why it's doing that. Oh, this is like the last big step, I think. Yeah, I'm just looking. Yep. Almost done, actually, yeah. This is like the last big thing other than the different layers, but we'll get there. Okay, I guess I need to make a new person. I have mucked up the date on the old one. Maybe I'm just adding to the wrong place in the code base though too. So it didn't open up and already have it, but it didn't fail either. Yeah, so it looked like where is this? Line 65. Bless me. Bless me, that's not a thing. Excuse me, or bless you. Excuse me. This is very peculiar. They're also randomizing to the same clothes, so I do need to take a look at the different outfits and pick a reduced amount of default pants and shirts. Maybe not, maybe that's totally fine. Doesn't matter. You're in an interface anyway to change it. So really, this never gets called anymore. It first got called, but not anymore. That's so weird. I call bull. Let's make a new guy and see. First argument contains an undefined property. Username exists. Let's try again. What was this? This was in the login panel, I think. Or no, it's like a login manager. Network manager. Who do I talk to when I try to log in? Dispatch manager. So dispatch manager. Log in. But this one isn't register. Weird. And then interface handler. Actually, don't we open an interface right away? Now that I say that, we make a new account again. I might have overcomplicated this. Welcome to Guilds of Gods. So that is a dialogue we open. So we call show dialogue really quickly. So I think I can actually, I was going down the wrong path. I think we just figured it out. So let's go back to where I just was. Character handler, was it? No, world handler. Let's just comment out this questionable stuff. And let's go and figure out where on the server we do this whole show dialogue thing. Because at some point we show the default one. Alright. Sometimes you need to think too much before you find the right solution, but I think I just realized I should put the logic in the show dialogue. Basically, it starts off by saying, like, we know it opens up to this message. Then you press OK. I think, and then when you press OK, it does these steps. One of these steps can be customizing your character, because I have, that's how you open the inventory. Like, that's how you open it, is you talk to like a shopkeeper or something and say, step, open the customize screen. So I'll put it in here. So we'll change the initial welcome sequence so that it pumps through there. I guess that doesn't fix it for reoccurring adventurers, though. That only fixes it for brand new ones. Still kind of confused where that even gets called, though. So when we do add adventurer, I guess it's because I set the state. Yeah, so when you first make an adventurer, when you generate one, we set the state to enable the tutorial. And then we have code so that when you first log in, depending on what state you're at, it could trigger a dialog so that you remember, like, this is where you were when you logged off, so it kind of re-prompts you. So somewhere in there, we're doing what I'm trying to figure out how to do. So where is this? So this is step show dialog. Tutorial state. For all adventurers. Oh, here we go. Assign client data. For all adventure. Yeah, user def for all adventurers. This is add a user. So this is called once. So this is after instantiation, assign the starting user data. Alright, I'm gonna put a breakpoint here and we're gonna play around with it. What triggers this? Is this only when people make a new account? Is this on login? Because if this is on login, or this is perfect, because it looks like it's going through every one of your adventurers saying, hey, have you not completed the tutorial? Have you? Have you? Have you? So I tried to log in and I hit it once. And then I was able to log in. So let's change it. So let's go over here. Let's give myself or a second adventurer. Let's log out. So now we know we should be over there. Let's log back in and see if it triggers it twice. It looks like it is. That's once, twice. Nice. So otherwise, that's interesting. So it's also saying otherwise close all interfaces. So let's change this. So the otherwise is that, but we have one more state here. We should have otherwise if, sorry, I'm just getting this all organized. Okay, so it should have a otherwise if adventurers appearance state. I need some way in appearance state to be able to tell that we've never done this before. So here I do ensure that if we've never set the data, we do set a better default. Yeah, okay, no, it's fine, that's fine. So we'll just add one more piece of data here, which is this. Has customized? That's not right. Let's just see if this would work though. has been customized. Starts off as false. This dot has been customized is equal to if we have, otherwise if we have. We default this to no, we have not, because it's a default person. And then on step change appearance, I can now say this connecting entity appearance state has been customized is set to true, because at some point we have now changed it. And that also means on the client, when we receive that message for appearance change, that means that someone just went through the dialog. So we should set it AC entity dot appearance state dot has been customized as true. Oh, this is gonna be it. This is, I think we figured it out. Okay, so now that should be chaining through. This entity has been, whether it has been customized yet or not today, or overall. So if we go back to the for all adventurers, here we can say if it has not been customized, then we need to essentially do our step open appearance interface, snatch that, put it in this case, all right, I think we got it. Okay, maybe not exactly, but we almost do. Appearance shop ID. Oh yeah, okay. So 1. Let's see. I'm hopeful. This guy's opened. And the other guy might have already had it opened. That might have been very promising. So we're just gonna customize the person, give them a unique outfit. Okay, nice. Nice. So I actually accidentally end that with 2 sets of clothing. So we gotta debate that, if that's what we want or not. Probably not. But that's cool. So let's see it. Does that mean if I register a new account, we make the thing? Close. Okay. So what it is that it's doing the tutorial and then our check. Our check comes after the tutorial, or before the tutorial. You customize your person and then you learn to play. It isn't even an else. Can I chain them? That would be ideal. Let's try that. If I could chain them, so it's like our interface is open, and then you close ours, and then already behind it is the welcome. That would be top tier. Ah, oh, looks like something didn't load right. So interface popped up first. I was so hoping that would chain into the welcome. Customize character. Unless you guys think it's okay for yeah, actually we're gonna try one more thing. This is totally fine. So otherwise, yeah, we're gonna be fine here. So this is our customized character. So you'll get the tutorial thing first, but that only runs on your first adventure. That doesn't happen for anybody else, because all of them share the same state things. That's nifty. So from then on, it'll check this, and in our dialogue, in our welcome, we chain into build step type, open appearance step, open appearance interface. And I believe we just passed in one. We'll have to check that out. Step, open appearance interface. Yeah, because we passed in the shop ID. So let's step type. Fix a little typo there. We're gonna have to add this to the client. I mean, they'll get merged when we merge, but it's just one line. So let's just keep them in sync there. All right, we're gonna hope. So what did we get? Make a new account. Fuck. Really? Don't really know what it means. Creates the user but doesn't let you play it. Yeah, like, sheesh. It's not being nice to me. It's saying some error about the hair color not being set, or some undefined thing. So I'm wondering if it like if there's a randomized hair color that it considers undefined. Well, that didn't really work either way. Unless I didn't restart the server. So let's try that one more time. So make a new person. We get in, we get our objective. We press continue. Oh, come on, I got excited. So it is not opening this. Step open appearance interface. I mean, I guess I can just... I know if I relog now, it should just open it. Lost WebGL. Weird. But I want that first time. I want to say the welcome message, you press continue, and then it customizes. Just for the first case. Just gonna burn through guest names here. Objective. Press OK. Ugh. And I didn't even get a print line. Oh, here we go. We got some error. Cannot read build of undefined. Zero confirm change appearance. So if we go here and I go to the step type defs, this is a thing, right? No. Open change appearance. Wait, what? So open change appearance goes there. Oh, there's two different... Okay, so there's open change appearance and then there's open appearance interface that both do the same thing. So which one am I supposed to use? Open change appearance? Yeah, I'll do that. So open appearance interface is not a thing. And I bet you that's what I'm trying to reference. Yeah, I was. So... hopefully that's better. So we go to dialog, we'll change it over to using the other one. We go to step type def and get rid of this other bad case. Whew. We're so close. So close I can feel it. Finally, an error I can relate to. I've done that so many times. No, it's okay. It's a pretty valid thing. Misremembering how you named it. Having two versions that are slightly different. Oh my god. Sorry, what is this? I don't even understand. It's always hair color though. First argument contains undefined property. Dot hair color. Hair color. What is going on? Okay, like it's telling me that something is happening about a player being made and not having a hair color, right? Something about hair color, and it's always hair color. And hair color is the first color on the list. So if it's a case where hair color is bugged, it probably means the eye color is also bugged. It's just that isn't, that check happens later. So there's something going on here about hair color, and I don't understand it, because this should always give a valid 1. So we go through all the values of tint color, like all the different colors. We take a random seed we pass in, which as long as that's a number, which I'll go double check it is, any number modulus the amount of tint colors there are. So if you have 10 colors and you had any number, this would give you 0 to 9, which would be the index into the array. So we go through our values and we get an index that should be totally valid into the array. We should get a valid hair color. So why are some things being made and complaining about hair color? Whatever. We'll figure it out after. Let's finish what we're working on. Yeah, because I can usually just try again. Like restart things, try again, and it works. Oh yeah, so it's trying to open the shop. Bam, so it opened our interface here. Pick our stuff. So that's a little odd though. So it skipped the tutorial to do that. No, it didn't. I guess I just pressed continue too fast. Interesting, so that looked like it worked. Except for this weird error. Like, come on. Get entity by ref ID. So I know that's literally the method that Jaeger was saying last stream. He fixed it up. It reduced our overall like CPU footprint by like 15% because it was a method that's frequently used for keeping track of different things in the world, and he optimized it. It's just used a lot. So I don't want to touch it until like we merge. So that looks right though. No, that part looked right. And then we item 0 10,000 buy new adventurer. We click here, and when we go to that tab, oops, no, that was totally supposed to load up a dialogue. So the fact that that didn't, a little bit upsetting, but it's okay. So when the camera changes to you, it should check if you should have a thing loaded up. Anyway, I will be back in a couple minutes. I go get some water and go to the washroom, but I'll be back in 5. You can look at Mario and his mustache in the meantime. right, we back. Right, so where did we leave off? It was loading the first time. Seemed to be working. But now the issue is, like, I'm sure if I log off here and then I log back in, the second guy is going to have the interface open. I really need to fix that stupid WebGL lost context. This map thing needs to get fixed. This camera issue. Craps out too much. Yeah, so we moved here and it is already open. So what does that mean? Like, I think what that means is that if we take this guy, let's move him here. And let's just buy guy 3 and 4 and then log out. So now our first two have gone through the appearance setting, but we have two guys that we have not. So ideally, both interfaces should be open, but I think only one is going to be open. I think it only lets one be open at a time, and that's what's screwing us here. Lost WebGL context. We're fixing that next. So we go to this guy. 2 had it open because I guess we didn't finish going through it. 3 has it open. 4 has it open. Oh, so if this first guy, change it to beard. We go to guy number 3. A remembered beard is open because they share a map or an editor. Oh, they share an editor, don't they? Like if I change it to that and I go here. Oh, that's what's going on. So then this guy, I can make like a green shirt with green pants. I press confirm. I mean, that actually works out pretty okay. Like, it should change the data, but honestly, that's okay. So let's add to my to-do list here. So what I have left on the to-do list, I know it's not the whole thing, but just stuff I wrote last night I needed to have finished. A better confirm button is on the list. Squashing the face together and all the parts together is on the list. We're going to want the camera inefficiencies, because really that is killing us. The amount that like you change people, or like one person's on one map, one's on the other, you swap between them and it has to recompute way too much, and you see it hang, and it causes like web context to crash because it's doing too much right at once. That needs to get fixed. The sharing data between adventures, that's weird. I don't understand it. Adventurers, I don't understand it, but we can live with it. So now if I log out and I log back in, all these guys have already done their interface, right? Oh, his is, they're still open. Why aren't they getting set? So this guy, okay, let's go to the server. That's weird. Let's go to change appearance, step change appearance. We do anything in here. Press confirm. We get here. Has been customized was false. Now it's true. Right? Yeah, that sounds right. Now we log out, and that should save where we're at. Now if the beard gets undone, we know the data didn't save. But if they have the beard, Hey, what I miss? Welcome, Baby Shark. Welcome to the stream. We're making some good progress here. There's a few little bugs, like it keeps crapping out on me there, but it's going pretty good. Right now, we are getting it so that it opens up that customized screen on everybody, so that if you've played in the past, next time when you log in, once this goes live, you'll be able to customize your person as if you just made a fresh account. But it's doing weird stuff. Like these three, I don't know, it's like these three, it's almost like it's not saving that I've gone through the customizing. So we're just kind of dealing with little bugs like that. But yeah, it's going pretty good. I guess everything that you've missed from the start, they're all spaced out a lot better than they used to be. All the different outfits and the shirts and stuff. You can pick between the shirts, between the pants. You know, you can pick a hair. If you pick bald, it grays out the color and you can't pick them until you pick a valid hair. You can pick between your body types here. So women are, you know, you could have a, okay, let's get rid of the beard. You could make like a woman, yeah, you could make like a woman body. You could make more of like a muscular dude, or you could pick this more androgynous middle one that's just doesn't have any muscles, like tone or figure. Yeah, and that all is working good. You know, you press confirm, the person now looks exactly like what I picked. It's just the fact that once I log out and log back in, it's gonna open up that window as if I never picked the person. So yeah, but it's going good. How's your day going so far? I wonder. Appearance state has been customized. Let's go to appearance state. Maybe. Ah, here we go. So ToObject has been customized. Is this has been customized? Is it null? If so, it's this has been customized. Otherwise, no. Force you to go through it. I think that's what we were getting at. What was a little wonky there. Oh, sweet. Pretty good on my end. I'm glad it's going well on your end. Yeah, we're making good progress here. I've just been on the same feature for so long, I just want it to be over. But it's so close. So close, I can feel it. Okay, so now we pick, we confirm. I think this is it. I think now when I log out and log back in, it should have saved this time. Yes. And these ones I haven't done, but this one has. Nice. So it seems to be remembering that part now. So now it's just about these refreshing the data based on the new person when I toggle between them. That's not too bad. So that, good job, one step closer. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so now, yeah, it's weird that these are saving the same data. So I'm assuming it shouldn't do that. There should be a load and a reload. And reload this dot load reload adventure shop state. If it's been set before, load call reload. Yeah, okay. Call this load options. Yeah, okay, I see it, I see it. So when we do the reload here, before we call load appearances, here we need to change what the selected indexes are and aren't. So when we call load, we have this logic right here where we go through all the appearances and we go through all the data and we decide, hey, this is your selected ID, this one isn't, blah, blah, blah. So yeah. Where do I get selected from? Is equal to blah. Oh, okay, because reload doesn't acknowledge that it could be a new adventurer. I see. So reload needs to acknowledge it could be a new adventurer. And then, yeah. So is it really a load and a reload? I think it should be more like a it's always loads fresh. And the reload isn't actually reloading. It's just wiping the old data. I'm gonna try that. So we're gonna make reload is just gonna chain into load instead. And it's going to remove all the children. Right? Like, we don't really need to keep... Does reload get called elsewhere, or is that the only place? This reload. Yeah, that's the only place. Okay. Yeah, we're going to get rid of this whole lock child count thing. Don't need that. We're always getting fresh here. And this remove children should start at 0 and remove everything. So remove everything, set the new data, call load. Okay, I think this will be good. It might do a little bit more work than we need, but it's not like you're in these windows that often. It's not like walking where it has to be super efficient. So right now we go here, so close, so close. Seems you can't remove everything, and now I kind of remember why I had this locked until. It's children.length. Wait, yeah, okay. So, let's try this. I think it's good now. It's never good now, but it will be soon. Let's turn up the music a little bit though. Beauty. Oh, they disappeared. But it went back and forth a couple times. Move children. Numeric values are outside of acceptable range. So what ends up happening here is that this lock child count I'm setting in here, but I shouldn't. I should set it at the end of the constructor, because all I'm trying to do is say, hey, don't remove the constructor panels. The stuff like the background and stuff like that. All right, I'm hopeful. I came up with a way to optimize the map that I'm really excited about. Not the camera and this stuff that I need to get fixed first, but right now the game is about 60 megabytes of data when the first time you launch it to download music and map and everything. And about 35 megs of that uncompressed is from the audio, and 17 megs of that is from the map. So I don't know how much of that is compressed, but needless to say, a lot of the data is the big map and music. I think I came up with a way we could really shrink that map data, like 90% shrink it. So I'm hopeful to get to the point where I can test that out. Nice. So, ooh, beauty. Oh, shoot. No, I can't click these things. I have a feeling this reload isn't doing enough. Maybe. Like basically I lost focus of the buttons. Buttons aren't doing anything anymore. The map could simply be a mere few kilobytes. Yeah, the map is it has a lot of layers, and the tool tile that we use has made a pretty big file of data for the map, but I have logic in the game to ignore a lot of the data from the map, because yes, there's water here, but if there's sand above the water and grass above the sand and dirt above the grass and stone above, right? Like if there's like 7 layers of stuff, there's no use making all those sprites. So I already have logic that only tries to, you know, use the data that matters. And I want to pull that out of runtime and turn it into a little script I run on our data. So in our whole map editor tool, I guess you haven't seen it because you haven't played the game in a while, but we use this tool as our map editor. And I spent a lot of time using its built-in scripting thing to let you compile scripts and do some really interesting stuff, but it ends up just being more data than we actually need at the end of it. It kind of blows it up, and then yeah. So I think I think it's pretty clear to me what could be just totally shrunken down. Like I'm not even talking getting out of JSON world. I'm just talking reducing it by the amount of JSON by like 90%, and then after that, looking and seeing does it even need to be JSON, or if it could be what's that like compressed JSON format called? I forget. It's like half the size of JSON. And I also found this library to encode JSON into just binary code. So yeah, we'll see how much I could get it down. As it would just be indices, one number per tile. It's a little more than that because it's not just one number per tile. There are varying like layers. Like if I just go to this water over here, for example, like each tile has 0 to many or 1 to many tiles to render, or each X and Y. Like this beveling here, the grass is a different sprite than the sand, and the sand is a different sprite than the water behind it. So this would need 3 different ID, like 3 different numbers to render this. But the tile to the left of it just needs 1, and the tile to the right of it just needs 1. Yeah, like there's a lot of stuff like here. Technically there's grass under this tile, but this tile totally blocks grass and everything under it, so why even send that data just to ignore it later? Ooh, do. Okay. But yeah, where was I? Shoot. Before I went into that, I was trying to figure out, oh yeah, why the buttons eventually break. Oops. And does it break when it's one person? It still does. See, I just saw a head render there. So I just made some change that seems to have broken the garbage collection in the UI here. So let's figure that out. So this reload, just calling remove children isn't enough. I need to actually totally get rid of it. So what was I doing before with this? Remove that child, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I guess the other thing I can try to do is I assume remove child returns it, right? I mean, I guess it doesn't tell me, but I assume it does. So we're going to go off that assumption here. Say that's the child, delete the child. And deleting local variable in strict mode. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that wasn't it. It was, it's also the remove children call. I'm not even in the right spot. I just put the word delete in front of it. It didn't complain. Let's see if that's all it was. Open UI. Hey Carson, what's it like being a coder? Oh, you know, I remove a lot of children. Oh yeah. There was always a joke in when Jaeger and I were at school and we were in a data communication and internetworking class. We used Linux quite a bit there. And there, when you have like a program and you make another program, you fork and make children. So it's basically you have one program and you're like, oh, I want to start a new process. One is the parent, one's the child. And the terminology was kind of funny because you'd find yourself finding like how to kill the child without killing the parent, or how to kill the parent without killing the child, or how to, because if the child lives alive without the parent, we called it an orphan. So how do you kill the orphans that you've accidentally created? And if the orphan doesn't die when you kill it, it's called a zombie. So it's like how to kill the zombie after, like how to kill a child once it becomes a zombie. And I was like, I can't believe this is literally what I'm Googling for programming. This is outrageous. Yeah, there's a legs option there. Like, why was there a leg option? I'm seeing artifacts everywhere. Yeah, this really doesn't play nicely with having two different people share it at one time. I wish this was two different instances. The fact that it's the same instance of a screen they're sharing is a little annoying. Totally could be two different instances. Like, it successfully updates. Like, yeah, so it successfully updates. It calls delete on all the children. It loads it with a new thing. Could it be that sprites get nude without being added? No, that doesn't make sense. They have to be added to the container to show up. I'm just confused why this remove children is not actually removing all the children. Or, I mean, it is, but... Let's see if this number ever changes. This lock child count. I assume that's only going to be a 1. I think it's just the background banner. Or the background pane. Okay. Open UI. Open UI. Yep. Just 1. Whatever the last... Okay, I think I see it. So right now, the selected one is these eyes and the beard. So I'm going to click to preview body, and that beard or the eyes or both are going to still be there. There it is. Just eye changes, I think. Yeah, so it's like I click here. So the last, what I have that. So right now, yeah, okay. So it's the last option in the list seems to linger around. So right now I'm going to click away and the green haired guy is going to be the one who stays. There. And now the black pants are going to stay. Bam. So maybe that's what I just have to do. Because it was like the last thing wasn't being removed. So let's just remove one more than we are removing. Because we did have a list -1 as far as like what we were trying to remove. That shouldn't be why the clicky buttons don't work, but yeah, at least the things aren't being shared between them anymore. The reset button's even here. The reset button should not be there. Yeah, why is the reset button there? That's a hint. So if this uses reset, load reset button. Oh no, this is uses close. Use the close, uses reset. Use close, use reset, they're both set to false. So if this doesn't equal null, then we use it, otherwise true. If this doesn't equal null, parent shop ID uses close as true. That double or pattern that you guys see I use quite often, like here, I misunderstood it the first time I learned it, and it's still pretty valid in a lot of cases, but there's cases like you just saw me change that it was not valid for. I used to think that I thought that or was either looking for it's like true or it's set, and it didn't occur to me that if it is a number set to 0, the double or will pass as true. So when you say like if term, you're basically saying either if that's true, like most languages, or you're saying if that's not undefined. But in JavaScript, you're also saying if that's not 0. And the fact that it means all three, it's kind of like it assumes that null and 0 are the same case to use that pattern. So if it's something like hairstyle 0 is bald, bald is valid. But I kept finding that thing where I'm like, is it defined? Yeah, I don't know. I have it in a few places that I keep having to change. Okay, let's open UI. So why can't I click those things? Bam, bam. So these buttons work. That's what's really peculiar, is these upper buttons all are fine. It's these lower ones that just don't even seem to work. Except I can see appearance UI 845. It's registering the click somewhere. What is 845? 845 is... Oh my god, reload. Shoot. So reload called every time you click? Right, I meant for reload to be really soft originally, didn't I? Now it's turned into remove everything and re-add. Oh, that's ugly. Okay. That's okay. It's still a hint. So, looks to me like that means some of our click is calling reload. So it sets the selected ID and then calls reload. And then in reload, we now chain into load, which is doing work it didn't used to do when you do reload. I see. Such as override your initial, like it puts the initial settings back. Oh. Yeah, I messed up. So I need to change this load and reload. Really, I am just going to split them up into two different things again. So where the confusion comes is because the confusion comes from this reload adventure shop state. This is a firm reload. This is literally we have changed shops or we have changed adventurers. So in this case, I'm just going to call load. Yeah, like there's no reason to even call reload. It should just be if this appearance options. No, nothing like that. It's literally just the appearance options come from the shop. So this reload is like a hard reload. And then that makes this reload, as long as it doesn't call load, is now a soft reload. So this, oh, and I guess I should add into that hard reload a firm removal of all the old children. Yeah. So now if we go back to the soft reload, it will also remove the children because we are going to do a lot of reload, but we are changing it because we're no longer reading from the adventurer. We don't need any of that. We don't need to figure out which shirt we're wearing. It's really just this. This right here needs to be done in both cases. So let's see load appearance options. Is this only called once? It is only called once. So let's push this into there. So we pass in appearance options. Not even assign this. Yeah. And then in here, at the very top, we do this work that was shared. So we set it, we reset that list. We determine what is our selected and what isn't, blah, blah, blah. And now this reload appearance, or this load appearance options can be what our soft reload calls. So it does not grab the adventure and redo all that. Okay, I think we're in the right direction here. Yeah, that reload was being used in two very different ways. One was such a hard change adventure, change type of shop, reload everything, and the other was like, we've literally changed which hair we're using. Reload. Numeric values are outside the accepted range. $426. All but one. Oh no, not all but one, sorry, all but this guy. Damn, same thing. Line 426. Numeric values are outside of the range. So does lock child get set somewhere? No, it's only in the constructor. If this children length is bigger than this lock child count. That's it. Because the very first time we haven't loaded anything. So only if we've ever loaded extra data do we bother removing the extra data. There we go. We brought it back. Oop, these buttons don't work. Okay, those buttons don't, but it's okay. Let's make sure we can change the rest of it. Nice. So hip. This neon green jumpsuit, pink hair, earrings. I love it. Oh, that's a good look. That's what my guy's gonna look like, but with red eyes. Okay. So we go open UI. I was a bit confused. I saw it flicker though, so I pressed confirm. Nope, that was okay. Alright, now let's make sure it still works if we had two different people doing it. So this guy goes yellow crop. This guy goes green with a button. He went yellow crop. He went back here. We go back here and we lost it. No, that's okay. That is totally fine. We cannot expect a dialogue that is shared between every person to handle the fact that, like, you have two customizing going back and forth. I'm just more worried about two different shops, but if it just reverts back to this is what your guy looks like, that's okay. Because it won't do it if you, like... Oh, it does do it if you go away. No, it's okay, whatever. It's a case that'll only get hit once. Cool. So I would say we can call this pretty good. Sharing data between the adventurers. Yep, we have. I'm gonna call that fixed. Honestly, I think that's good. Damn pencil. Okay. That's pretty cool. We're at a good point, honestly, to save. So I'm just going to get rid of our print lines, push this all up, and then we're going to jump onto that camera issue because that is causing way more issues than I want to admit. So on the client, let's bring these up. Interface handler is printing. Where is it doing that? Line 41. Yeah, get rid of that. Game scene on line 795, I think it was. Oh, 795. Yeah, there we go. Pixie.js, we're getting a ticker one. App ticker. I think I had a couple on the server too, so let's just... maybe not. It's been running for a while and doesn't have any prints. Dispatch Hit dispatch manager on the client, line 22. If this isn't null and this is length is bigger than 0, then we have an error message. We might as well log it. So if someone shares with us the console, we can see what it was. But only if it's bigger than 0. No need to do empty prints. This guy looks so sick, actually. Oh, I'm excited. Alright, so this looks good. We are going to push up where we are at. So on type def, we've got that change. Yep, that stuff. Yep, I agree with all of those. So this is guess this is customization complete server code. Can push that up. Make sure that's all okay. Nice. So now we go to the clients module for that same thing. Let's just go through all this. Yep, those are just coordinates. Yeah, that was changing which characters have are using which skins now that. Oh yeah, we do. So Francisco, are you there? I have some stuff to share with you. I mean, I'll just talk. Basically, we used to for all the body parts, the ID we use is the skin tone. So we just say like, give me chest 2 means give me the, on a scale of 1 to 6, tone number 2. But now that there are different bodies, the ID is like a composite. So basically, the body type is an ID. It's a 1, 2, or 3, and then the body or like the skin tone is an ID 1 to 6, and the formula to get the ID of that chest piece is body type times 10 plus skin tone. So I'm assuming we can have up to 10 hand-picked skin tones then. Right now we just have 6, and we'll just keep it at 6 for the time being, but it gives us a little bit more granularity if people feel that we do need to be a little bit more specific and to give a little bit more variety. And then we can basically say, yeah, it's like skin, like chest 22 or chest 32 means women skin tone 2. It's kind of how that turns into. I don't know if you're here, Francisco, but yeah, it changed some of the naming. I'll have to get you some up-to-date sprite files. So this is what happened. Okay, I'll go through it with you. So I was spacing out. It's okay. It's not super important, but if you remember when you do like head, right? The palest head is just called human head 1, and that 1 is like 1 to 6 referring to skin tone. The simplest, kind of most inline way that with what we've been doing to handle the various skin tones and various body types would be for me to keep them all the same. So right now how I have it is that human chest 11 is the first one, and it basically means the first one refers to the gender, and then the second digit refers to the skin tone. So if you see like, 35 is like a darker woman, 11 is a pale man, 22 is like a neutral, pretty pale with a little bit more tan. So it's now like the first digit is like 1 to 3 for the body type, and then the second digit is 1 to 6 for the tone. But it's only for chest. The rest of the arms and stuff just do the tone. So it doesn't really matter, and if you send me files, I can always just rename them. But yeah, seems simple enough. Yeah, I was thinking about making it so there was like a whole different naming convention for it, and I was like, I'm just going to need a bunch of if-elses in my code then, when really I have both pieces of data. I just need to make like a composite ID out of the two. And so similarly, if you decide that like, hey, the heads look too not masculine or not feminine enough, like we should probably do the same kind of thing with heads. We just follow the same naming convention. But for now, we're just, you know, one type of head until people complain about it. I think the one head looks pretty good. Shoot, what I just... Oh, yeah, right. I am committing. Customization. Ready for testing on client. There's actually squashing and stuff, but from that customization screen, I think that's a fair little thing to say. So now that we've committed, let's do a pull from what we just pushed onto the server. Did it actually merge? I don't agree with that. There should have been a conflict. I mean, I did the exact same change on both, but I was totally anticipating a conflict. But if they're both pushed up and merged, okay. Let's go to the server. So the server can do a pull now. Get the client's changes. I saw this update, but it seems okay. So are they on the same commit? BDAA. The client thinks it's on commit. DAOE. Yeah, so they are pointing to different commits. Okay, do a push, do a pull. I go to the client where we do a push. I meant pull push, but whatever. Do a pull. So it looks to me like the server is ahead by one commit. Like the client thinks it's on this commit. Alright, I gotta go into terminal. This thing's driving me crazy. Source game type def. Get log. So the client looks like it has both server and client. Push. Oh, it's... Oh, here we go. I think they were in sync. It was just that the client didn't know that there was a new commit. Like I didn't... There. BDAA. Yep, now they're in sync. Okay, cool. So we can... This is on the server. Yeah, so on the client server code, it's now... Customization ready for testing. Push that up. On the server, let's add it all. Customization ready for testing. Commit that. Alright, now that they are in sync and pushed up, let's fix this damn map issue. So really, what this whole map thing is, it's not map, sorry, it's the camera. I'm trying to remember how this whole camera thing works. Okay, so follow entity. Game view, that sounds a bit more right. Game scene. World map HUD. Here we go. Yeah, okay. So it is in the tile map file. This was it. So tile map extends a viewport container. So with tile map, it has a entity that it's supposed to be following. Yeah, so it has the entity that it's supposed to be following. When you, where is it? As you follow, we have to update the map. And if we move too far away, we have to do a lot of work to rebuild part of the map. Well, like one, ignoring, like, okay, so really there's two different bugs here. I'm gonna talk out loud here because I need to figure this out. There's two different issues here. One is that right now you might be here. Let's get this a little better. Fill. Okay, so you might be here and you have another adventurer. Okay, you're this adventurer over here, and then you have one down there on the left. So bigger size, here we go. So as you're walking, this might be your viewable area. And there's no sense on computing the tiles that you don't see. So we've always had logic about, like, essentially we might just compute like just the part that you are seeing and a little bit outside of the space. And then as you walked a little too far, it would recompute. I found that that was doing a lot of our work. Was just it basically throwing away work it had already done, because this guy, you know, this person here might move to be right here, which is too far away that it ends up triggering a redraw. But on this redraw, it's like this yellow part represents the area that is the same and hasn't changed, but we are now throwing out and recomputing. So I thought I was being smart and making it a little more sophisticated in how it was doing this. So instead, on my version, the world is chunked up into a bunch of like 32 by 32 spots, and as you walk around, it's loading those chunks. So you might walk in a way that has to load 3 small chunks, but if you go back there, you'll never do it again. And you might approach it from a different angle where you've already touched 2 of the chunks but not a third, so it only loads that third you haven't before. And I thought that was pretty slick. But one, that ends up being more work overall if the same data is being loaded. It's more efficient in some cases, and it was slower in other cases, so it wasn't as perfect as I thought. But the bigger issue is that you might have this guy way over here, right? Like way over here. And you decide that you want to change your camera to follow him. So the camera, instead of instantly appearing, it would slowly move. And as it would basically hit this point, waste time doing a chunk, you know, and then it would hit this point and chunk. So when they're so far away, the camera like rapidly goes across the screen to find it. It would have to load the whole map and just cause a little crash. But it wasn't just happening with distance. It was happening when you went from like the tutorial island to the normal island, or I don't know, like between maps it was happening too, which just kind of sucks. So I think it's the second part is what I need to fix first and make it instantly appear. Because once it instantly appears, we get rid of the crash and the bigger bugs, and then it's just about optimizing. Yeah, so let's do that. So this is follow entity, console.info. I just want to remind myself when this gets called. Following. Rip camera pan. I only knew you for a moment, but I loved you. I want to keep the camera pan. So if you take a look at what I'm trying to do here, let's just walk through this code, right? Here it's trying to say if the speed is bigger than 0, meaning if we are in like a panable speed, right? And the distance between our old guy to our new guy on the X is more than 15, or like there's like a 15 distance check. If you hit this case, then it's trying to like instantly jump you. But the idea is that if it's close, they should pan. Like if you have 3 guys within half a screen of each other, I want them to be like panning. But if you're going to the other side of the map, the pan at best case becomes you like having to load the whole map as you watch the camera try to find your guy. But this doesn't seem to be working properly, and I guess that's what it is. So I just need to get refamiliarized myself here. So when we're following, we'll say following target def ID, or targeting an X, target def Y, and we'll say the speed we're trying to follow at. So here we're gonna just say jump, because this is our, we should be trying to move instantly case. Yeah. npm run start. Lovely, although 15 is rookie numbers. Yeah, 15 is just because, like I said, I'm chunking it in 32 by 32 chunks, and that totally is arbitrary and can change. But if it's past that point, I know that it is going to have to do a loading during that time, and I thought it would look choppy if it has to pan and then stops because it has to like compute a bunch of map halfway through. And if it would look better to just appear there and suck up the 4 frames than to have it try to be smooth and then jitter. But I don't know. At this point, I'm just guessing because the main issue I haven't fixed. So let's fix the main issue and then see how bad it really is. Server's not even on, is it? Oh yeah, no, of course not. I just was pushing up code. Okay. So now right now it's trying to follow, following, jump, following. So we tried to follow, it said jump to this position, follow, follow. So this jump is a little improper. Let's go back to it. Because it's not, it's this divided by tile size. Divided by tile size. So this moves center. So you should just move it. Okay, let's make sure that it's trying to go to the same X and Y as it's trying to follow to. So following to 2735, jumped to 2735, following. I don't know why it says it's following so much. So that means this follow entity call is being called more than I anticipate, which might lead to something funky. So if speed is bigger than 0, why does speed have to be bigger than 0 to do a jump? What if it is 0? Why can't I just jump? Yeah, let's get rid of that. Jumping isn't about how fast you're trying to move. Jumping is about, you know, needing to get there quickly because we're too close. So if the old entity is null or it's too far away, yeah. So if we don't have somebody to pan from, as in this is the very first time we're following something, jump to them, or if the old ones X and Y are too far away, jump, or if the X's or Y's are too far away, jump. Okay. So this updates the follow. Yes, it says move the center. This updates the scroll wheel. And then it says to follow using the same speed we always were. Okay, so it's calling following just as much, but that's okay. So let's say we go here. Following, 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 following. Cool. Set position 100, or I guess, yeah, let's say 200 to 50. So that's interesting. It went to follow him, and then it moved him, and then it went to find him, right? I think that's what it's saying here, because it didn't say following to this far distance. It's like I need to see what set position even does. Maybe it's weird. Set position. Calls set position. Calls set position. Yeah, changes the adventurer's position. If the map is different, change the map. That's fair. So what does adventurer set position do? Set position. So it sets the X, sets the Y. Then it tells the server, hey, update this guy because he's changed, I guess. Yeah, he's like could be on a different map. So then the server is coming back to me complaining. Yeah, so the server is saying, oh yes, no. So the server is saying to the whole world, like to everybody, this entity has totally changed. Find him again. And it's calling the play animation stuff. So send server message, update entity. So let's go to the client. Where do we handle this on the client? In world handler. So they'd say, here's the map, here's the entity, update the entity. If I am the entity, do some more stuff. So this map update entity gets called, regardless of whether it's us or not. And it calls set position. Where was that? I think I'm on to something here. So if we go back to the world handler, it says map, update this entity. So that tells the map, totally change yourself, or like this person has moved. So if our viewport is following that person, we need to be able to tell our viewport, hey, your person has moved, so you should move there too. So what is a map? I think that's a big question. State. So map is just state data. So after telling it to move where he is in the state data, back in world handler, we need to see, I guess, and then here is self, so is this my person? If so, right here we need to see, is the current viewport following you entity? If so, I guess, yeah. So if it's following you entity, dot move on map. Okay, cool. So we need on tile map to change it. So where do we say new tile map? Tile map has a dot build, so I can safely search the program for tile map dot build. So this dot map is a tile map. So game views maps are the 3 tile maps. I see. Get current map. So I can ask get tile map by ID. Yeah, okay. So I can ask the game view for the current map and check. So how do I get the game view? Add entity. Do I have game view in here? Game view. I have game manager. Get current adventure tab. So game view, let's look, who has new game view? Where does this even get made? So game view is owned by game scene. Okay. And who keeps track of the scenes? Pixie Eye scene. So Pixie Eye has a get scene, I assume then? Or just dot current scene, but okay, so taking this all back, we have a Pixie.js here. So right here, not there, where is it? Here, we would say, oh, there we go, Pixie Eye, current scene, blah, blah, blah. So Pixie.js, I, current scene, So current scene dot game view current scene. Yeah, okay. Where were we? World handler. So if the current scene has a game view, pixie.js.i.current scene game view. Cool. Okay, so we're at that point. So now we have game view. So game view is the one with follow entity. So I can say current map, right? This is where I can say dot current map, get current map. Where is it? Yeah, get current tile map. So this becomes view get current tile map, which gets me a tile map who has a dot follow entity call dot following entity. World handler, here we go. Let following entity is map dot following entity. So if following entity dot uid is equal to our uentity dot uid, then we know that the map is currently following the guy who the server just told us moved a far distance. So now we should be able to say map move to, where did I do it? Move center. Here we go. Move center to target definition. So this is in the x and y's times 64. Okay. Or times tile size. So world handler. So we have to move center. Yeah. Map move center. Target definition is following entities UI handle times map dot tile size. I need to get that number. It's 64, but it's not actually a variable. Like, it's a constant in that file. So I need to expose that. Let's just see if it's here. Wow. Whew. I think that's it. There's probably something wrong because that was a lot of little changes and chaining through things, but I think that was it. Jumped. There we go. So it did not, yeah, so it now jumps. And now that they've each been loaded, we can go back and forth. But the first time we went to this guy, it did take a second. Oh no, their walking is broken. Okay, target def is not defined in world handler. That's okay. So world handler line 101. Target def. Well, yeah, because it's called following entity. Duh. Yeah, it took too long to load, but Why is it like... Wow, okay. So update entity. I see, okay. So if you even just are walking, right, you move one tile at a time, it's still calling this. You're effectively teleporting one at a time. So this only makes sense if we're far away. So I guess I shouldn't call move. Yeah, I shouldn't call like move center. I should call something like recenter. It already knows who it's talking to. That's a lot better because it's the one who knows it's 64, so I don't have that hard-coded thing. Now if I go to tile map, I can make a function recenter. And this is where we make this decision here that we were doing previously, where we say old entity is equal to this following entity. No, okay, even better than this. Yeah, no, never mind. This is perfect. So So I'm now, basically, I'm in this position where at this point, it has moved a lot. I guess what it is I need to go, let's put this back here. Because this probably does need to stay the same there. And this recenter call is gonna have to change. But let's go back to world handler. Because the whole thing is that we don't know, or the map doesn't know how much the guy changed, but out here we do know. So I guess we can just say change is equal to x1 is uentity.x, x2 is params2, y1 is uentity.y, y2 is params at 3. So we can tell this guy that, yeah, you are jumping from, you know, x1 to x2. I'm going to change y2. I don't like the one name change, actually. It should be position change. We should pass this in to recenter. Or refollow. Now, okay, I'm trying to, basically, it's a 2 use case method I'm trying to write. The one use case is this thing where the server is telling you an entity has moved a far distance. And then the other is it noticing for itself that, like, the guy got too far away. Maybe someone else teleported you, and I don't know. Actually, yeah. Is it even possible for that to happen? The server will always tell you. Yeah, actually, we're going to just make this a recenter. I've changed my mind. So we pass in position change. And that's perfect. So we go to tile map here. We're going to get a position change. And I think this makes this whole case go away. Like the natural way calling follow would even make you jump. Maybe goes away, maybe not. But whatever. Oh no, I guess this is what happens when you change entities. Okay, whatever. Position change. So here we're gonna get rid of this whole old entity concept. Doesn't matter. If position change isn't null and position change dot x2 minus position change dot x1 is bigger than 15, or we do the y2 to the y1. We can change that 15 number sandwich. It's not a big deal, but just for now, just get that going. If that's the case, we have now totally changed where we're going. So we make this position change dot x times tile size. And it's x2. Position change dot y2 times tile size. Yeah. So that's good. And then here we now can do the same idea. Right? Where we're basically saying let position change is the x1 is old entity doesn't equal null old entity dot x, otherwise 0. y1 is old entity isn't null, if so it's old entity's y, otherwise it's 0. Next is x2, which is the new target definition dot x, and then y2, which is target definition dot y. And then we call this recenter around this position change. And now in this one isolated place, it'll handle whether we should or should not jump. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see. Yeah, we still got that span. So we go to this person. It's spanning. It's supposed to be a jump. It's spanning. But let's just double check the other case. If I say set position 350 350, he appears. Okay, so that is better. It means it did not compute everything in between. But our own follow entity isn't naturally hitting that case. Old entity isn't null, we grab its x, otherwise 0. Yeah, right. Let's figure out this recenter logic. If this and this or this. A little logic fumble there. Should be a bit better. Alright, let's see. So it started at 0, 0 and went here, which I guess is okay. No, this one's not okay. Oh, what? Okay. Sorry, guys. Now I feel dumb. Alright, let's see this again. And this shouldn't be... There. Alright, now the first one should be instant instead of slowly panning from 0, 0. Yep. Alright, cool, we're there. So we go to this person. Instant snap. Go back. Bam. So now these are fast because we've already loaded, like it's all cached up. And then within these boys, it's a span. It's a pan. We go here. Wow. Alright. I think that was the main bugs we were seeing on testing. So I'm pretty happy about that. I agree, maybe 15 is a little too wimpy. Maybe it should be 35. I don't know, the pan's pretty cool. The pan is pretty cool. It's all snappy. Thank you. That's the goal. We got to get that user feel, you know? Want it to feel nice. It still takes a little bit too long to do the initial loading, and that kind of sucks. Like that click, and then that. But now these guys are gonna be fast. Like it's weird because it's just that first time, which is nice. But yeah, but it's not doing the inefficiencies I was seeing before. Like it's actually a lot better. Actually, that's oh that did take a second, but okay, let's see how it behaves when one person is underground. Does it still pan? I don't think it will because we're on different friggin' maps. Yeah, okay, so even though these guys are close enough that they would pan, it knows not to because they're on different maps. This guy goes up the ladder, and now it can pan. You know, that's actually pretty good. Cool. So 199, let's get rid of this print line. Nice. Bam. It's kind of cool. Alright, I'm just going to do a quick performance check here and just see if there's an obvious bottleneck. Just load up all the different maps. Yeah, like that took too long. Yeah, so we had 3 different times it froze for at least a second, so that is not good. Let's figure this out. So bottom up. Yeah, let's bottom up. Get anything meaningful here? Function calls, animation frame, but that's anything. That's any DOM event that fires an animation. Oh no, that's what request animation is. Pointer move. Let's look at this frozen work though. This is bind buffer viewport, function call, pointer down. Right, because a click caused this. So it thinks all of it was under that. Matrix 3. I'm trying to remember if 3x3 or 4x4 matrices were needed for 2D. I think it's 3x3. I think I was a little worried for a second thinking it was doing 3-dimensional math in a 2D game, but never mind. That's Matrix 3, which is fine because the scalar would be 1. So it's a 4x4 matrix for 3D. Okay, we're good. So that's not bad. Or like that doesn't really tell us anything. Binding and unbinding the buffer seems to be a decent amount. Set current adventure, game manager, line 22, set UI handles, follow entity, get map chunk. Here we go, render WebGL. So the last time it was in R code is tile map line 267, then it gets passed off into libraries. So this was our method. Oh, I guess inside here. Yeah, so inside here we call this render, and then that's the work this render is doing. So inside render, what part of it is expensive? It has to call render WebGL, render cache WebGL, init cache display. On here calls a render, but it spends 14% of the time flushing. Don't really get that, but okay, render. Alright, there's the frame buffer binding and unbinding we were talking about. Create RGBA. Texture from data. Create texture. Interesting, interesting. So, what's going on here? So the way we do this, so we have this cache of tile textures so that we don't have to load like a grass tile twice. You know, once we've loaded it once, it's loaded. So that's great. So when we're saying update tiles, this could be like 300 different tiles being rendered, right? It's like everything in a 64 by 64 screenish area. I guess it's horizontal, so it's a bit bigger than that. Everything there, like each tile is at least 1 per X and Y coordinate. So this should have, I'm going to guess 300-ish objects it loops through. So this, if this could be sped up a lot, that'd be great. So get tile texture is already getting a cache texture. So really after we first loaded the game, that part should get instant. Next we make a sprite. We tell it to cache it as a bitmap. Maybe I don't need to do that. Then we take its X and Y and we figure out where it goes. We anchor it and we add it to the container of tiles that we're gonna compile into one picture. So maybe this cache as bitmap should go away because the thing's getting thrown away. Maybe that's not doing anything. Because I'm making like 300 sprites, compiling them into one sprite, or like, you know, combining them into one sprite, and then just showing and saving that one sprite. So I don't like that. That looked too snappy. I mean, that's a good thing, but like, there's no way that was the issue. That was just a shot in the dark. I was just getting into it. Okay, click that. That was pretty quick. For the first times, that's a lot of. Okay, so just tell it to cache as bitmap things we're going to be saving. Otherwise, it's doing unnecessary work to cache it that'll just get thrown away. Good to know. Oh, look at that. So instead of 3 different times that we drop frames, it's 1 frame was dropped here, 1 was there, and then we have this 1 bunch here, which was our login. Like, logging in was the drop frame, which is like not a big deal. Speaking of which, what takes a while in login? While we're looking at bottlenecks. Nice. I'm so happy. I was expecting this to be like a hair pulling out session, but I can't believe that's all it was to speed it up. Anonymous, read packet, decode server, read message, load map. From objects? Oh wait, from object. Load map, from object, spawn entity. Add entity, build. So the initial loading that takes a bit is literally just creating everything. And this load map might be able to get it a little bit smaller, but I don't think a ton. Like from a speed point of view. Like I got excited thinking that reducing the map size would help it, but that's not what this is complaining about. It's all the from object calls, which means all the things stored in the database. So it's all the entities. Because I guess technically things like trees and stuff get like loaded up and then have to check what their storage was. So we dropped a tick here. What happened? Don't see it. Function call tick request frame. Okay. Noise. Okay, cool. All right. I noticed that this guy's hair needs to go up probably 1 pixel. It's just like I can see his head slightly through it. So that's not really a big deal though. I'll literally just adjust it by 1 pixel right now. Head, which hair was that? There is one more thing I forgot to put on the to-do list, and it is coloring the facial hair. Ugh. Don't know if I'm in the mood for that, but it's not too bad. What was I looking for? Hair. Hair. This one needs to go 1 pixel up. Cool. Yeah, okay, so I guess other things we gotta do. Right now when you do start the game, you start with the default clothing so that you're not naked in the editor. And then you pick the clothing you want, and then you get the clothing you want. So you end up with 2 sets of clothing. So we need to make it so that you only get 1 set of clothing. Alright, anyway, I'm gonna be right back, get some more water, but see you in a few minutes. All right. Alright, Jaeger just messaged that he is going to be joining shortly-ish. One moment. Nice. Honestly, if I could look like anyone though in this with this new customization, I really like the idea of, where's the eyes? No, it doesn't need a scar. I like the earrings. I think the green jumpsuit look with that purple hair and the red ishbal and eyes. Ooh, so nice. That's like that's like my favorite look right now. Way too neon for the game, but you know, I think it's pretty cool. And I like how these guys have Elvis Presley hairs. I don't know. Or no, that's not the Elvis Presley one. Which one was the Elvis look? That one. Ooh. Elvis is in the building. Okay, so let's get back to writing this list. So what is next? So I need to clean up the confirm button, squash the face into one picture instead of a bunch of different body parts that'll all animate independently, which could be taken as far, I hate to say this, but the idea of squashing parts could be taken as far as squashing clothing onto you. Like, why is clothing a separate layer? You know, we could totally squash the hands and the forearm with the hand and the, you know, the above stuff. You know, those will animate together. That'll animate together. Everything could be squashed onto its body part. And then whenever we change appearance, we like recompute that. I don't know if we need to do that, but it might make everything perform a little bit smoother if we did it for every body part. Because how often do people like people do click around, like, right, like they're like equipping, unequipping, just seeing how things look, but it takes a fraction of a millisecond to actually compute that for a person. If a few people in the world are clicking it and everybody else is just kind of wearing their thing and change every 3 minutes, 5 minutes, I think that'd be a lot better than having twice as many physical body parts in the bone animation animating and everything. So I don't know if you've noticed, but whenever we profile, request animation frame is always like, it's just a big thing that I can't reduce. It's just the sheer animations of things. So, ooh. That Elvis Presley though. But yeah. So let's start with squashing. Actually, let's reduce that one set of clothing at the start, because that is a little silly that we start off by giving you an outfit and then you get to pick your outfit right after. Weird. So in the server, it was in a method called add adventurer. Here. So here we equip the stuff. So let's comment out the default the default equipping. Yeah. No, because then you're gonna have a naked guy spawning on Tutorial Island until you go through with it. It is much better to give you the item, and at the end of change appearance, like at the end of it, remove the item, I guess. Yeah. It's a little weird, but if this enacting entity appearance state, so if we have not been customized, then we customize, and we know that we can guarantee we just gave you these 2 starter items. So I can just remove them. Hey, Appalappa. I mean, Jaegar. Welcome. So, yeah, we're having a pretty good day overall. Let me comment this out. Are you just seeing the chat, or are you able to see the stream itself? I don't know. See there? I'll just type out hello. Okay, I'll just wait till he chats. Alright, so what I was doing is we know at this point that it's the first time we just customized our person for the first time. They were just given starter items, so we can just straight up unequip and remove it. Actually, it was already unequipped too, so we can just straight up say this enacting entity equipment, no, inventory, remove item, pants item ID. I have to go double check how inventory works. I guess it's called item storage. Add item, has item. Oh yeah, I can check if has. That's a better idea. So has item will return true or false. Find item will returns the item found or null if none. Remove item. Remove. Yeah, okay. And has that. Okay. If this enacting entity inventory has item 343, remove item 343. And I'll have to pull that out because those random magic numbers are not good. But we need to somehow store what starting clothes are, and then we can get rid of them after you've picked what you actually want to wear. But let's test this out and just see if this does what we want, so that you just end the tutorial with one set of clothes. Oops, shoot, I didn't mean to continue as guest. Logging out is instant again after fixing the map though, or the camera though, so that's pretty cool. Okay, so we go through the tutorial, we get our welcome, we press continue, our thing pops up, randomize to guy, randomize our starting outfit. So let's pick something totally different, right? We just beard with, right? Press continue. There. Now we don't have the extra item in our inventory. We got our new outfit. Oh, that's perfect. Easy fix. One set of clothing checked off. Nice. Okay. Yeah, so next, let's do the clear or the confirm button. I don't know where I want the confirm button. All I know is I do not like how that looks. Right there, it's overlapping. Like, the confirm should be either in front and have some padding from the edges, or it should embrace the fact that it's not on and have it like hover under. Which might be interesting. Like, I'm just going to see that. So let's say we do not subtract 48 to get the panel height. Instead, we add 48. So now the confirm button should be sitting underneath the rest of the dialogue, kind of out of the way. It's not part of the style we've been going with. It's different, but I don't know. Let's see how it looks. It's good to be consistent. Oh, that's way too far. So it would just be no plus or minus 48. It looks like it's just hanging there. That's, or like it's not supposed to be there. You know? It looks like it's an accident, so that's not good. Oh, here comes Jaeger. Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. Pretty good. How about you?
Pretty good. Yeah, I just stopped by the chat and said hi, and then I was like, okay, back to call.
Okay.
We had some loud noise going on, so I was just waiting.
Okay. All good. Yeah, things are going pretty good on my end here.
Nice.
That part's a little weird. Yeah, overall things are going, you know. It's when you first load up, like the first time you load up your character or like a new character, you get that welcome message, and then when you press continue, the character customization pops up. For every other person, you know where you had that code on that checks the whether you were in the tutorial or not, you know, to add the arrow at the start when you first log in. I have in that same section of code, it now also checks to see if you have like set your appearance data before, and if you have not, all of your tabs will in their own tabs have their own, like have the interface open up, so that any adventurer kind of has to customize. So once it goes live,
so you just go force it, and we're not going to do like, oh, you can go talk to this person.
Yeah. I figure for that first one, it's like new accounts get it. When you buy a new adventurer, you get it, and after this update, you get it. And then after
What's the code that determines that? Is that just like a check on if the state has been set?
Yeah, I was trying to think of a better way to do it, but right now I put a flag on appearance state. That's basically has it run through customization, and I don't like that because it's like it's a flag that's not really needed. But
well, is the data that you've saved for the customization different now, or if you can differentiate what a default is versus the new system, then you don't need the flag, right?
Yeah, that's true. You're right. I could definitely enhance it and to try to make that from data figure it out. But right now the default is valid. That's kind of where it's at, right? It's like I kind of designed it so that it defaults to randomizing a valid case. So I could change it, or I could just add logic, I guess, into the from object call.
Oh, there's another way you could possibly do it in the from object.
How?
I believe every user def has a
appearance state.
Can you hear that music in the background?
The beeping? I don't hear music, no.
There's something else. Okay. Okay. Maybe a song here. Found it. We had like a last login timestamp. So we could just in the from object check the timestamp if it's before this.
Whew. Okay, so just throwing thoughts out there, right? You don't have to grab any of this. But a pattern we've used at my day job that I liked when we're migrating is in the same way you store a timestamp or you have a timestamp of last login. It's essentially what version you last used. And then we have migrating code that essentially goes, like, oh, you were on version 63 and now we're at 67. Well, run migration from 63 to 64, then 64 to 65, 65 to 66,
Okay.
and it kind of chains it that way. So when we make a big change, we can just add like into some migrate function being like, oh, patch 69, we changed, we made a change. Let's add a little bit of migrating logic there. And then that way it always, no matter how old the account is, it'll always work out because it'll chain through all the migrations.
Yeah, I like that. That's really good. There's a few spots where I do like a migration like that, where it's hard code checking the bank storage space, where if it's like equal to 80, then make it 200. If it's equal to 200, make
Oh, just for
because we do upgrades.
yeah, oh god, that's when that is specifically the other day when someone was mentioning like, oh, just do the same color thing and we can get rid of 300 objects for shirts, and I was like, oh, I don't know how we do that, and you were like, oh, well, there's a place we could do it. I was wondering if it was something like that, or like how you were thinking we would do it.
No, that's not quite what I was thinking.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking more versioning the item. What I was talking about is the banks had versions pretty much, and I never versioned those.
Okay, I see.
The bank space. But yeah, no, I like the migration thing, and actually, we might want to do that for this update. I think would be a good.
Yeah, I agree. Oh. Francisco says, I just realized how much Jaeger sounds like a younger critical. I just realized it's probably like a YouTuber or something. CR1TIKAL. I thought he reminded me of someone. You've got a voice.
Nice. I think that's good.
Yeah,
I've always not really liked my voice that much, so.
It's okay. I think no one likes their voice. I hate my voice, so. I always hear it and I'm like, wow, look how whiny it sounds. It's all wah,
To me, I feel like my voice sounds like a monotone machine. I feel like your answering machine default voice.
Yeah, people don't like their voices. He
Sorry,
said,
I'll be right back. I'm like choking on this smoothie I'm drinking.
oh, well, take a breath. Okay. Where are we at with this again? Alright, the confirm button. Friggin' confirm.
Nice. Soothing voice.
Oh, yeah.
Good to hear. Thank you, sir.
This is the best stream of all time. Get hyped. So maybe you can give me some friggin' input, because I just hate this confirm button, and it's such a simple thing that I keep putting it off because I'm like, I don't want to waste time trying to do something, because it's literally just a confirm button.
You don't need a screenshot. I'm viewing the screen right now.
Oh, okay. Nice. Well, there's a confirm button. So when the confirm button was on the dialog at the bottom right, it covered up the bottom option. So I tried to see what it would look like if it was free floating underneath and it's slightly attached, and I don't know if I like that or not. I don't think I do.
Bring the whole panel down so it contains the continue button, and then line up the continue button to be about the width of the guide screen. So like a third of the screen, and then just center it so it just looks like a big confirm at the bottom middle.
So just add a whole new row for the confirm button?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, honestly, that's not a bad call, especially because having a bottom row like from a shop point of view, right? Like I want to reuse this for like the hairstylist shop, stuff like that, where it'll cost money. So having a bottom bar that could show your total wouldn't be bad, just to have some extra real estate there.
Yeah, for sure. If you're gonna put any other info, that makes sense, I think.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we'll make. Hey, that's easy enough. So we will change The way we do
A
this.
title on the dialogue might have been nice too, but it's kind of now it's gonna be too cramped, I think.
I mean, we could have a top row title. I don't know.
Just tiny 4-pixel font. No, I'm just kidding. I guess you could fit it, but we have other interfaces which have titles, so that's what I was thinking.
Okay.
But maybe not all of them, so. Actually, yeah, dialogues do, the bank, shops do.
Yeah, I can try to make room. I'll do the bottom row first, but yeah, it shouldn't be too bad to add that. Alright, I'm going to use as reset, use close. Disagree. We're changing how we're doing this. Get rid of that stupid thing. So we're going to add a whole new row.
What branch are you on?
I am on feature customization.
Okay. I can give you the versioning for accounts on testing, but it's going to have a bunch of new stuff with the spells and stuff, which shouldn't overlap, but it's like something that will have to be merged and then we should be good. So we could I could give you those changes if you're good to do a merge soon.
Yeah, pretty soon. Feel free to just do it and get it on there, and once I'm ready for it, I'll, take it in. There's a couple minor things I need to do still, so it's not like I need it tonight, but it is getting really close, so maybe tonight. I don't know.
Okay. Sounds good.
Maybe not. But yeah, we'll see. It's getting close. It's getting very close.
Nice. Yeah, the enchantment crafting's coming. I didn't really have any time to work on stuff yesterday, but I'm going to, I think, hopefully the enchantment's working today.
Okay.
And then everything else is just adding a few items with state on it, and that's about it, and some calculations for the crafting.
Sounds good. Okay, so we're going to have a top row, title. Wait. Actually, no. Let's just get rid of that. We already have customize your adventure is in that name. We just got to use the name. Okay. So bottom row here, we're going to add our our buttons. So I'm just going to add a placeholder. And then title, continue, control type. It's just called control type continue. Sure. So now we need to go back here. Where do we say use as close, use as reset? Just totally scrap those. That is not a concept anymore. Use as close, use as reset. Blah, get rid of those. Now in in load appearance option, singular, where is that? Bam. So if the control type isn't placeholder, we go into here, we add our panel. If it's preview, if it's editor, if option control type is equal to continue, don't do anything. Oh, actually, this dot add
for some reason I'm blanking. Do you remember the time since epoch function for JavaScript?
Yeah, it was weird. It was a new date with brackets dot
time now or something. Now, I think.
JavaScript new date epoch.
Get time. That's
Is it just literally get time?
yeah.
Okay.
Gets you the middle.
Get time. Yeah, okay. Get time gets you epoch time. Okay.
You know, I've been using the timers in the game far too long to actually need real time.
That's not a bad problem.
Nope.
Add button. Okay. So here. Wait, where was the load by button? I thought I saw that. Load by button. It's gonna change to bounds. So it is, the center is bounds dot left plus bounds dot width over 2. Bounds dot top plus bounds dot height over 2. Bounds dot width. Bounds dot height. So that should make the button take up the full bounds. Let's call it continue. Load by button. Bye bye button.
Bye bye bye.
Bye 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 button.
Infomercial for buttons.
Okay. Control type. Okay, where are we? So if preview isn't null, then we know it's a previewable thing. Otherwise, if it's an editor, it's an editor. Otherwise, if it's a preview, it's that. Otherwise, if option control type is equal to continue, this load button takes in option dot bounds. That'll probably be all right. Open UI. Oh, there's a continue button. Takes up way too much height. We could definitely shrink that a bit. Oh, shoot. I closed the whole browser. That was dumb. I don't know why. It's like my mouse just went straight to the top right and clicked exit.
We're done.
Yeah, we did it. Big button. All right, I was going to DevTools. I was like, why did I even put my mouse up there? Okay, so no errors. That's good. Continue. So where was that? Here we go. Load by button. So I guess I didn't need this. I could have just done left and top. That'll do the rest for me. But that's way too tall. So where do I do height? Guess I could add that row height. 64. So where do I deal with column width? It's right here when I'm building the bounds. Height, height, height. Actually, that's not how we should do this. Either way, let's see. Ugh. So I want this to take up more room. I want this to take up more room, and I want this to take up less room. And first, and I want there to be a top row for the name, right? So we gotta go to Appearance UI. And let's start by just giving us a little bit more room to play with. Give us a little more height. It's looking a little cramped. Bit better. Really, this button definitely has taken too much room. I think we overexpanded too. But yeah, this would just work with how I have this set up. I could set row span to be 2.5. That would actually like span into the continue button. Yeah. So then I could shrink the continue button. All right, let's take a look. Wow. Perfect. So now we just need this case to supersede this. if option control type is equal to continue, then we do this, and we return early and just skip all that work. Open UI, let's see. Bam, that looks better. So now we could add a top row. Just for the title. Let's get the placeholder. Placeholder. Except the first one isn't a placeholder. It's the control type title. Now where is appearance UI? Option control type is equal to title, and this add a label. That says option.name. Is that what I'm looking for? Actually, where was I making the title? Because I guess I was making a title for all of them. Add header. There we go. There we go. That looks better. I should be able to just define a row height though. Yeah, that is better. Okay, so let's go back to appearance where I did this 2.5 row span. Get rid of that. That's ugly. And I was just like, oh, it would just work. But let's not do that. Let's just define row height here. Bam. Then the title gets the same. Same procedure.
So what would you need to up your like I have it set up right now where it will pass the account through a callback once it sees that the version is below the current one.
Mm-hmm.
So you just need that to. I could either make it pop up, or I could either give it like a temporary flag which isn't saved, which you could read from later.
I guess either would work. What specifically I'm doing, let me just send you some server code and then you can just tell me how you think it should go.
Sure.
Where is state 0? Come on. I saw you there. Come on, where are you? Okay, so sending you on Discord what it looks like right now, but my solution that I used was in client manager line 150 on the server. Oh. I just sent you the code, but that's what it looks like now. And that
sorry, where is this?
Client manager on the server, line 150. So that first bit of code was your tutorial state check, and then mine is basically saying if we're not in the tutorial, here's another check I want to do, where I then say, okay, that appearance state has been customized as the flag I talked about.
Okay.
So yeah, right now that's what I'm doing. I don't know what the most appropriate way with your new versioning to rewrite that is, but it's really just those 3 lines I need to call.
Which one's the set entity at slot 1 and enable interfaces?
Yeah, exactly. Enable interface 27 and set entity at slot 1 to say this is the shop I want you to load.
Okay. Yes. Seems good. I can just copy those and I think put it in the method for each.
Okay.
Venture.
Sounds good. Open UI. Right, I'm not listening to row height. That's where I was. So now there's this beautiful row height. Yeah. And get bounds. Here we go. So this is our option. So if option dot row height doesn't equal null, then our results height is equal to option actually. Let's see, how is this used first and foremost? Yeah, no, that's fine. So we get to the bottom here, then we figure out our offset from the top. Top, offset. Yeah, so instead of just assuming all of them have the same height and just doing this height plus padding times row, I now need to go through the rows and look at them row by row to see if any of them are a little off. That's not bad at all. I is equal to 0, I is smaller than row, I plus plus. If, so this is my row. Options and my row, first column has a row height, then top offset goes up by that plus, oh yeah, it goes up by that, otherwise top offset goes up by the default bounds height. Either case, we add the padding. And that should get top offset where we are, taking row height into account. This padding, I think that'll be okay too. Let's see. Let's not make this 48. Probably 32 is a better height. All right, let's see. I'm hopeful. Not at all what I anticipated. Okay, what happened wrong? So it looks like these all look the same. It's like everything else didn't even acknowledge the row height. Result grabs the default height.
I had it pretty well working, or I have it working, but the only issue is the default interfaces on that tutorial for each is called after the version update, which your version update calls a different. So I had to add a boolean, which is kind of to track it, the certain state. But at least it's not. So.
Sorry, did you say the tutorial is you cut out there for a second. What did you mention about the tutorial?
The tutorial, the fact that the interfaces have to open, like, because your version upgrade also checks the version, so sets the interfaces, but then the tutorial state sets it later. So. Oh,
okay. So I guess it's not obvious in that code, but if the code I sent you, and then maybe this doesn't apply to what you're changing, but the code I sent you, you'll notice that mine doesn't run if we do the tutorial, right? It's an else. Like if we're not doing the tutorial, then check if we need to load this guy. And in the tutorials dialog, for the dialog for that welcome splash, in the continue with, I have a step to open up my dialog for customizing.
Yeah, okay. So, I'm just saying, like, I had to add an extra
track
that the old version was exactly 0. to know if it should or shouldn't show the default interface.
Okay, no, I see. Sorry, I thought you meant something different. Okay.
We're all gross. It'll work. I didn't get to test it though because it does your changes. I guess I could have put dummy code in, but it looks like it worked.
Okay. Yeah, I'll test it when I'm ready to merge. Probably give you a call if just to make sure it did stuff and I know what's going on. What is going on here? Options, row, column. Oh, options I. Blech. Yuck, that's... There we go. Okay, cool. So now they know their row height, but everything else didn't claim the excess. Sorry, I'm just talking out loud. I just made a change, and now I can declare row height so that the title at the top and the continue button at the bottom both aren't the same size as, like a full-on editor. But, and the stuff all kind of respects like, oh, it's smaller so I can move up, but they're not taking up the same height. So now there's just some extra height at the bottom.
Oh, yeah, I see.
So I gotta make the height take into account that it can claim from above. Yeah. Okay. Oops. Bring that back. We're almost there. So we get this bounds. Get the top. Extra height. So when we run into a case where we use a row height, we might have extra height to use. So we'll say extra height goes up by the default height minus the row height. Yeah, default height minus the row height. So if it was going to be 40, but now it's 20 tall, there's 20 extra height. Then we have to divide that by however many rows there are. So I guess that would be options.length will get the rows. Row count. But then we do know. Okay, so this. What's that?
Okay, testing is updated. It doesn't have the newest changes I've done to the enchantments and stuff yet. Just the one from like last week.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, once this is done, I still have squashing the face together to do. And I do still have the putting the equipment or the clothing onto its own inventory or equipment layers. So I don't think the equipment one will be much. The face squashing shouldn't be much. But I'm happy I fixed the map issues, because now that's like lickety split. So.
Yeah, no, that's good. This still isn't V5 though, is it?
No, it is V4. No, yeah. Yeah, we can make it V5 after.
Yeah, we'll take a look at doing that then soon.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to like get this done and then branch off of it. Not branch. Actually, that was it, right. I tried to look into V5, and V5 was done before we split up TypeDef into its own project. So I was just like, I remember when I tried to merge it, I was like, I don't even want to touch this. I don't understand. Because it's like a sub-module. Not even just the code got deleted and put back. It's like deleted and now a whole other Git repository is in its place. So I'm sure it's easy enough. I just didn't want to break something.
For which, sorry? For implementing?
Pixie V5, because the Pixie V5 branch is pre Kingdom of Eloria core. Yeah.
Okay. I'll take another look at fixing it up then. Okay. I think when I do that, I might try and convert everything to the old module import so that we can finally convert to Electron.
Oh.
Standalone client.
Yeah. That sounds good. I approve.
Once we're both in a position, we're not working on anything.
Yeah, definitely. It's also a lot more clear to me now. Like I haven't put effort in, but I keep thinking about ways to reduce the size of the tiled map, not like from the rule set point of view, but from like what data is actually saved. Like, and I think I have a very clear idea now on how I think I could honestly reduce the size by like 90% plus.
Yeah, you should be able to just combine all the scenery into one array pretty much, or two arrays maybe.
Yeah, it's pretty much like in the end, all the data should be is at this X and Y coordinate, here are the one-to-many IDs to draw in order, right? Best case, it's just a water tile. Worst case, it's like a water tile with like the sand overlapping over top with some grass over top,
Right.
But I already have code running. Like when we load the tile map on our own, I already have code running that says like, oh, the grass blocks the water, so don't create the water. So I just have to move that logic into like a script we can use just to clean up the data, because it's already written to make it like not have unnecessary data. It just does it after sending it all to the client, not before. Okay, so
okay, that sounds good. We should also talk about like how we're going to section off path finding. We should also do that with the login server. Like the account loading and account saving, and then we could tie a lobby to it maybe. But that's probably down the road a while.
Makes sense. The pathfinding server idea, I find it interesting. I just keep trying to think of whether it's... I don't want to say it's unnecessary, but I'm just trying to think of whether it's overkill, like there's an easier way to do it, but it does seem like a smart way to do it.
I was talking with Dan, and he was actually suggesting doing it this way. I guess because it gives you true power to be like, because if you set up an API which is on a local host, you have like direct tunneling to it, so there's no latency between communicating with it, right?
Oh, you were thinking on the same machine. Oh, yeah. Okay. No. That changes things. Okay. So each server, like each machine, would run their own local host other program to do the heavy lifting on its own threads. Yeah, and that would be on
its own thread and everything.
Yeah. So. Okay. No, that makes sense. I thought it was like... I was thinking you meant more like have one server that's many cores really optimal, and then all the other servers kind of send to it to do the work. And I was thinking like latency would get pretty bad between like, we'd basically need one in Europe and one in North America. And I was like, yeah, okay, now that makes a lot more sense. So it's the server itself in another process. Cool.
Yeah.
I like that.
I think that should do what we need.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, it's a better way to do it. The whole single threaded thing is kind of tedious. If we can beat that, I'm all down. I'm all for it.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're gonna need to if we want to scale it large enough.
Oh yeah, because the game loop itself is not much work. You know, like 500 milliseconds per tick is plenty of time to do all the work if we exclude things that can go exponential. Like exclude pathfinding. What else does the server do that's a lot of work?
A lot of it's the action processing, because when you want to call and do an action, I believe it creates a lot of those action steps on the fly. It used to actually pre-create them, but now it creates them as they're executed.
Okay.
So we could take a look at maybe expanding them out so that they're more streamlined, so that it can, like a compiler that kind of compiles the actions into just one long method.
I was gonna say, making them on the fly, it almost feels like an accidental virtual machine. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's that way just because, like, if you pre-create them, you have too much object buildup for things that might not be activated. So
fair.
More efficient just to build them when people actually need them.
Does it cache the ones that are being reused at least, or no?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so it's like lazy loading them all. Okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Okay, so.
Yeah, that could be something that could be improved. But I do know, like, once we eliminate pathfinding, we'll have, like, an extra 40% to work with. So we'll be able to take a look at the next big thing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, see what that frees up. Yeah, I'm trying to think, because on the client, the work is definitely the rendering. Like, the animation. Not necessarily, like, Pixies and like tween animation, but you know what I mean, that like animation frame whatever DOM event, and
yeah, which is pretty good. That just means your entire program is just like the processing of rendering, which is where we want to be, I think.
Oh, I totally forgot with this patch is coming, like the frame rate thing actually working properly, like working better, and then adding lower. So we're also we're adding potato mode, so that'll be cool. Oh my god, I just noticed a bug. Oh no. It's okay. So apparently if you have my screen open, like if you open the UI. Actually, I should test this with the dialogue. I'm gonna go talk to Ozyke. So you talk to Ozyke. Does this work? And then I click settings. And I press close. And I can't... Oh no, I can move. Okay. So if I talk to someone and open a dialogue, right? And then I click the settings button at the bottom left, it closes everything and I can walk around. With my customization screen, if I have that open and then you click settings, it closes the screen, but I can't walk around. What's different?
When you have the dialogue screen open, can you walk around?
I don't believe so.
Just double check that.
No. Nope.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a... Let me think here. I think it might be in game scene. Down in... like line 763. What's your interface?
27.
And what's the dialogue? Do you remember? It's 13. So I don't know if you're doing anything different with it on game scene. Do you see it on game scene case 13? This is what the dialogue does. So your 27 should be the same.
Yeah, it's pretty similar, yeah.
Yeah, close enough. Another thing is on this server, there's okay.
So dialogue 13. Is 13 special anywhere? Oh my god, why did I search for the number 13? That's gonna comes up everywhere. Come on.
Go to interface handler on the server and go to the bottom. Oh, yeah.
Interface handler. Okay. Oh, here we go. Close interfaces.
Yeah, so I won't let you alter your default interfaces unless you have something like that should be closed.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to add it to this list to make sure it will recognize that you're trying to close things.
Okay. Easy enough. Cool. Yeah, I figured it was something. That's why I was looking for the number 13. I was like, it's. I've seen that before where there's just like a list of like, these are the 5 default menus, and these are the,
Yeah.
So
it might be good to like have that array of what can and can't be used next to the other array of interfaces.
Yeah, but it's all good. Okay, cool. So that should fix it. I just didn't want people getting stuck every time they click the settings. I mean, I guess it's not like people are in player customization screen all the time.
Yeah.
It's a pretty one-off.
To be stuck once, I think you'd have to at least log out to fix it.
Yeah, and like it would specifically be a new player probably who would get stuck. Like, oh, what do I do? And they're like clicking around, not knowing how to exit it, and just now they can't move. Yeah, it would be bad. Yeah, we don't want that. Okay, thank you. Let's go back to appearance. I'm getting pretty hungry, so I might hop off shortly, but I kind of want to get this thing working first. Like just visually the way I want it laid out. Check one last thing off this list.
How's it looking?
It's looking good. Like everything's overall looking good. I just need to, I don't know, arbitrarily telling my system, hey, by the way, we're going to add buttons to the bottom row and we're going to add something to the top row and they're going to be different heights than everything. Kind of like threw it all out when everything else was like, oh, we have 5 rows and 1 set to row span. Like, I don't know. It's not a big issue, but now I have to look through my old code and be like, ugh. Gotta fix you.
I didn't want to say too much, but honestly, I feel like just hard coding the panels is the quick and easy way and what is good, because like having a scalable UI doesn't make sense when the other UI don't move. So it's like,
yeah, but this is specifically because there's different shops, right? Like this is the only time you're gonna see all the options at once.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other times I was figuring it'd be like you go to a hairdresser and now you're basically just seeing hair. You're going to a clothing store person and now you're just seeing those options.
Right. Okay. I haven't seen those yet. So.
Yeah. Well, I was just making this one, but I'm trying to build it so that those others will just be rapid fired and look custom and cool. But yeah, honestly, the top bar, like they're all gonna have a continue and they're all gonna have a title, so I can probably just hard code those two. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
That's true. Like I'll literally go do that right now, actually. Delete. Because yeah, it's just 2 cases I do not need to think about.
Yeah, because they're always going to be there.
Yeah, it's literally just extra padding on the top and bottom if I just ignore it. So
yeah.
Easy enough. Yeah, it's all the other things that are dynamic. So get rid of these options.
Okay, well, I'm gonna head out as well right now. I'm
Okay.
gonna go have lunch right now. So
Yeah, I think I'm also gonna call it a day here. I'll finish this up after I eat.
yeah, I'll be in Discord working more.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing. Like, I want to work on this tonight, but I do have a couple things I need to do this evening as well. Damn errands.
Damn, Aaron.
But hopefully I can get this freaking done tonight.
That'll be cool.
It's so close. Well, I guess we're going to be turning it off, everybody. So thank you for coming to the stream today. I'm trying to bring up chat. There we go.
Yeah, we'll talk to you guys on the Discord.
Yeah, we'll chat with you guys right now. Actually, just talk in general. We'll be there. No reason to wait. Yeah, have a good night. Thank you, Ironic and Francisco. Yeah. See you, everybody.
See ya.